Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? I don't know if you guys got a chance to check out the daily DD, but um, well, first off, the market's down a lot. Um, SPY down 1.58% right now. I don't know if it's recovering yet, but massive sell-off. At least for the pre-market, it is. Hanging in there, man. The red feels so good. I feel all right. Yeah. Quick F in the chat for weeklies. Could be, what the fuck is this shit? Oh. Who got liquidated? It's a good question, right? No one. Chinese markets were down pretty big last night as well. I think Hang Seng down 2.67%. Shenzhen, actually not that bad, down 0.3. Shanghai down 0.5. FTSE down like 0.96. Are VIX puts free money right now? How high is the VIX spiked? They could be if they're dated far enough. We'll see. Volatility may continue to pick up, though, especially at market open. Did you have some drama on Reddit? Not really drama, just people selling this fucking bullshit narrative about options. So, and I'm not sure what they're trying to push either. It doesn't seem like they're all unified on that front. Like some of them are like, yeah, DRS, this was always the way. But like the rest of them just don't really know what the fuck to think. But I think everyone's had some drama on Reddit over the holiday. How's arbitrage looking? It's more normalized, but still there's still deviation. Like if you look, let me see if I pull this up. All right, so we corrected, but it looks like we've overcorrected, right? Remember how I told you when I was looking back into the VW squeeze last week that like the arbitrage kept overcorrecting. So the arbitrage, like, just at some point during the run up to the VW squeeze, the arbitrage just stopped correcting properly. So, usually, there's some arbitrage in the pre market and then market open, prices normalize, and, it trades evenly across foreign markets, right? But at the beginning of the VW squeeze, you start to see arbitrage go from a baseline and then it stops normalizing, right? And the frequency gets wider and the I can't remember physics. The high low, this measurement. God damn it. I need coffee. No pen. Oh no. Fucking Epic Pen. I hate it when Epic Pen ruins my epic moments. Amplitude. Thank you. The amplitude continually kept increasing. Um, and this was actually a signal of the illiquidity in the underlying before people knew it. And that's why we follow CVVWAP on GameStop. GameStop uh, generally, corrects to like a central line, and we see arbitrage resolve itself. But it's starting to pick up more and more volatility in the last few days. Actually, since the fail date, volatility has picked up going into that date and then afterwards, or the volatility in the arbitrage. Good morning, Jeff. I appreciate it. Anyway, so there's that. GameStop climbing back up. This is a big gap to fill. It's likely we will. Clip this, the arbitrage thing, like the Epic Pen ruined the clip. Ah, fuck it. I'll clip it. Whatever. So my 300C is gonna be okay. That's cute. Volatility may have picked up. Do weekly sacrifices hurt the hedge funds in any way? I mean, besides providing them additional liquidity? No, weeklies mostly got burned. I think the effect of so many people buying weeklies, whether it was, you know, my theory or Linuxus's, or what I suspect was the majority of them buying them due to the lift of RC's gag order. Um, Everyone was hyped for this week. Like going into it, there was uh, so many different points of interest for people. But I do think that we saw like a significant amount of lockup. We saw, I mean, if the price action we saw Friday was hedging, that's unusual. And then, you know, if all we've seen so far is hedging and we've seen no resolution of the gamma exposure at this point, then that would indicate, a significant push in options, and that created, uh, a significant deviance in the arbitrage, which kind of seems like it locked the float. That's not guaranteed, but it kind of feels that way. Can you explain what arbitrage is? It's simply I'm just referring to the difference between price of GME in the US market and the price of GME in foreign markets. But actually, arbitrage is just anytime there's a difference in price on separate exchanges on one equity. And that could be as simple as like a dark pool versus, the lit market. Deeply humbled former degenerate are in the money calls dated for a week or two after an expected price action a safe way to capture profits? If so, is December 22nd our next best date to do so on? Mm. I mean, December 22nd is the next expected round of gamma exposure. It feels so good to flex the one thing those pretentious pigeon whales can't buy with money, time. Lady View up, hear my call. Witness my membership time flex in honor of the Dans. Congratulations, Dan Almighty, to you and your Philadelphia wife for your 7 months of membership. I know it's been hard on you guys, especially, without being able to acquire that new roommate. XRT just popped 50 cents. I feel like GameStop just popped $6. Um, do you think there's ever been this many out of the money calls diamond handed through Friday? Could they be starting to cover now? So if CME settlement affected our settlement period this week, if the delay in CME settlement affected the settlement period for GameStop this week, it's possible that today's the last day that we could see that volume. It still seems really unlikely to me that it would have been pushed out so far. But I guess it's possible. I don't really see how. So the only way I can see for the CME settlement to affect this is if they are using variance swaps to hedge their exposure. And the variance swap that was created on Tuesday is settling. Like the effects of that are settling today. That's really the only way I could see the CME settlement extension that they gave affecting GameStop directly. Mixes way up, yeah. Very high volume for pre-market. I read yesterday that if there are still 50,000 calls on the books, damn. But how many of those get sold at market open? 3 hours to get in the money. Let's go. Yeah, just for anybody who's not aware, before the market opens, today is a half day. Market closes at 1 p.m. So zero DTEs, bad idea. Oh, those might not be terrible. At least for the gap fill. Like from a trading perspective, I would probably. I don't know. I see some opportunity in a gap fill. Not necessarily near market open, but maybe spy back up. Yeah, spy up. Uh, what 0.5 from the peak of the dip. Hmm. I don't know if SPY is going to fully recover from that today. All right. Ding ding. Almost. Five tens printing. And it's Black Friday. Oh, it is Black Friday. Damn it. Too many stream cards. I had a Black Friday stream card. It was dope. It's a lot of OTC orders trickling in. I would say it's more than average. It just means you got to stream next Black Friday. Use it for the member stream. That's perfect. It's a Black Friday sale, right? Let's see. Any shares borrowed? There are 2 million shares missing from Fidelity this morning. Stonka Tracker and iBorrowDesk are reporting different numbers. iBorrowDesk reporting. Wait, hold on. Did that change? No, iBorrow. Now they're the same. They've normalized. So 350,000 shares returned, with no obvious buying going on. So that's interesting. Dip before the rip. Maybe. They ever get around to the deep in the money puts? They still hadn't come in as of Wednesday. And it's still too early for me to check today. I'm gonna need. You have to wait till 9:45. You can remind me again at 9:45. I should probably exercise these 5/10s. No, you don't want to exercise out of the money calls. Overstock ripping. There's a whole $2 gap to the downside on the VIX. Thanks, JC. It got down to 199.99 in pre-market. I should have bought more then. This is a decent price. Just selling off uh, WeBull bullshit stocks. $200 is definitely the new 180. Well, I like that perspective. If you guys could drop a like, big help. Wouldn't trade spotting collab. I don't know. I haven't heard back from him at all. I know that him and Houston had discussed like my theory together, but I haven't heard from Jamie. Do options close to the money have less upside than ones further out of the money? Potentially, in the event of a large run, John Goldenstein. Remember the good old days when you didn't paper hand CX shares? I remember the good old days when they gave me CX shares. Not gonna lie, yesterday I sat down, put a pumpkin pie in my lap, grabbed a spoon, and did things to that pie that can't be talked about unless in international waters. Did you put your dick in it, Carl? I know you've been vocal about preferring the broader markets hold instead of tanking, but at some point, ouchie down downs and SPY have to hurt short hedge funds and help us, right? I think in the event of like an actual crash, but these corrections I'm not a big fan of. Ortec shows that 1.5 million shares were shorted on Wednesday. I wouldn't trust their data too much. That would be all of the volume traded that day, right? Maybe short hedge funds knew this fear news was coming and will now cover at a lower price. It's possible. If the price stays around 200 today, what range could it dip before a possible December run? We still don't know if they're going to roll or fail. Dave Lauer's Luscious Locks. Um, both of those have their own possible effect, right? So after here, December 1st, if we start running up into a roll period, then our price point going into December could be far higher. After December 1st, if we continue to stagnate and drop, then our price point could be lower, possibly hitting like 186 looks like a solid floor. I'd say 177 at the lowest. Don't forget the dip on earnings. Yeah. No, but the spoon put in work. You getting the booster bags? I mean, as soon as I can. I haven't gotten it yet. Not looking forward to it, but I don't think I need it yet. I think I still have a few weeks. Thanks, Thomas. Shit. Well, I went all in on Wetzel's Pretzels calls before close. Feeling good about it. My 510s are down 100% today. Only up from here. Congratulations, JC. Did you eat turkey? No, but I had some rotisserie chicken and a small piece of ham. Is Moonman gonna start selling covered calls again? It'll be hard to stop him. Looks like a cup to me. Do we make anything out of the high borrowed shares without the super hard short at open? I don't. Where did the shares get borrowed from? Are you just talking about the 2 million missing from Fidelity? Those 2 million shares reappear and disappear in Fidelity all the time with no noticeable effects on the underlying price action. I don't know what it means. Um, so far, people chasing and it rips today. Is it possible they get their calls in the money, but then they can't find a seller and are forced to exercise? Um, Unlikely. I mean, if their calls are in the money, they'll definitely find a buyer. Why was our exposure so low this cycle? You think? I don't know. I don't think it was that low. I mean, I expected a price range of about 250. We hit it. We hit it really slowly and without a lot of volatility, um, which indicates an impressive amount of control by the market makers. But um, the potential for more volume should have been present. I don't know. It's tough to say why we're not seeing the volume expected. I know there was that variant swap that was opened on Tuesday. That could have something to do with it. Um, could they bought shares on 11/3/21? Just held them until now for the ETFs? Possibly. That'll be easier to say once we have the FTD data from that date, but we won't have that until what, 4 days from now? I wonder if Jimmy's reported short interest went up. That would be interesting. Make an interesting, make a note of that. It'd be an interesting tactic to be able to prove which. We've discussed multiple things, Unimog. Who will be the buyer of in the money calls in MOASS? Would it be very difficult to sell and the spread would be way too big? Yeah, the spread's gonna be huge, but you can sell closer to the bid, right? I mean, if you have like a 800 strike and we're trading at $10,000, like someone's gonna want those shares for $800. Fidelity won't allow me to throw any zero DTE money in the furnace today. How can I get my fix? Guys, don't become addictive gamblers. It's a bad look. Um, who the buyer? In CS, is it instantaneously selling? Also, is it true for 1 million limit orders you have to do it in writing? 1 million plus limit orders? If true, I'm nervous to DRS because of this. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that the inference that like you had to write in to sell your shares from CS was FUD, or baseless at least. Um, look into it. It's not something I really followed up on. Uh, but yeah, I would look. I would just look into that life. I don't think that's I don't think that's entirely accurate. Hope you had an excellent day off. Hopefully, this goes to the mold transplant. Thank you so much, Matthew Hodge. I appreciate the membership, man. Uh, so we lock the float, diamond handing the options at X-ray, which force them to internalize, which applies additional force on them. But when would we see the effect manifest in terms of price improvement? T plus two, three. I mean, the next week, due to all the volatility this week, next week could be pretty interesting. That's why we're looking for December 1st for confirmation of the rolls because we want to look past the T plus two from today. And I think if we're looking out there, we're that'll give us a better idea, depending on what happens today, a better idea of what happened this week and why we didn't see that volume as expected. And new job at a hotel, working the front desk, so much less stressful. It's serving. And I'm not even taking a pay cut. Got an extra 8 hours pay yesterday too. That's awesome, dude. Good morning, everybody. If you could drop a like, big help for the channel. So would you buy web calls for a bit? Wait, hold on. Sorry, I missed a couple of questions. Fidelity will allow zero DTEs, but I forget how you have to set it up. Um, you can set it up with Fidelity where you can buy zero DTEs. I just can't remember the requirements to do it. Um, like I said, the only options I usually hold in Fidelity are like longer term, like leaps. 945. Oh yeah, I want to check for the in the money puts, not strikes. Just see if any in the money puts are coming in yet. I'd like to see them, as those have been our confirmation point in the past that they are done covering, and by not seeing them, okay, well, GME's options are super put heavy for this morning. 225. Those are sold, sold, sold. 237 or 209, 237.50 puts purchased, and 235 puts purchased. So those are that's a bump. Here, I know you guys aren't very experienced with using this, but here, so we see OI increased on the 235 and 237.50 puts for next Friday. This isn't a significant amount of capital. I don't think this is indicative that they're done covering, but it is some in the money puts. These aren't really deep in the money as they usually are. Usually they're much deeper, like $400, $500 puts. So these are a little bit nearer the money. This may just be like a play, or like a vertical. But those are purchased, 400 OI out of the money. 450 OI, or in the money rather. I'm so mad right now. IBKR won't let me exercise my 510s. They're saying things like, "Why would you do that?" And you only have $3 in your account. There was some AMA with a CS guy. Okay. And what was the conclusion of that? CS president explains this in the JS Mara interview. It's any price over $1 million per security, which will be fine for MOASS. Okay. Best way would be move them back to a broker when needed. That should be much quicker than transferring to CS. But the brokers are all gonna fail, remember? I don't give a fuck. I'm diamond handing these 510s. So with 350K volume in 15 minutes and with only 3.5 hours of trading, it looks like a big nothing today. Yeah, I agree. I don't even know how afternoon would play out. Um, with the day being only a half day. It's curious. What time frame do you think would be the best time to look for some Feb calls? Mine are still a little bit up, so they're not as cheap as they were before, but they are getting cheaper. Are these down significantly? The 250s are down a good amount, as are the 260s. 300s. are down a little bit. 310s are looking pretty nice. Further out than that, I mean, the 510s are very cheap compared to what they've been. Everything in this, like, between 460 and 480 is just relatively the same price. Um, as a matter of fact, you can probably get 460s for pretty cheap right now. The last sold was 1065, but the bid's at 9. It's just a big spread there. 400s don't look terrible. And the price is coming down on them. If nothing dramatic happens today, the price will continue to fall on them. Remember, I still don't think it's advantageous for them to roll. How amazing would it be if Jimmy's Twitter 3 p.m. Black Friday deal is MOASS only $205, Max Payne's 217.50. My Feb 350 was down 40%, so I bought another one. It feels better than my weeklies. Yeah, I mean, if mine dip, I'm gonna average them down. That's kind of how I'm looking at it right now. If I see a chance to average them down, I'm gonna. What about the Brazilian millions of in the money puts? Oh my God, that happened so long ago. Those are expired. That's usually the short hedge funds using the MMs to short it for them. The Gex buying was the MMs, no, so it might look different. So you see the in the money puts bring down the price. That's usually the short hedge funds using the MMs to short it for them. Yes. The Gex buying was the MMs, no, so it might look different. Yeah, so the Gex buying should be the market makers. The in the money puts, we think, are to stabilize the volatility, right? Um, it shifts the trend of the stock. It usually comes at the peak is when we see them come in. And that's how they smash the peak. But we didn't really get a peak on this, right? We didn't see the volume. So usually after we get that big run up that was expected, we see those in the money puts are dumped immediately as the trend shifts. Usually about 15 minutes before, and then we see like a big trend shift occur. Which website do you look at for GME put information? Shiftsearch.com. It's live options. It's free, but it's like live options data. It's got like a 15-minute delay though, so it's not truly live. But for options data, that's not bad. Do we get a Power Hour song at 12 today? Asking the real questions. I'm looking to roll some January calls into leaps. They were poorly purchased, so you bought them on a run, right? Um, is it better to roll on a down day? Um, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I mean, if the day your leaps are cheaper, so you're saving money on the forward output. Do you get a Power Hour song at 12? All right, answer that. What's a good Ivy rule of thumb to determine if an option has good price or not? I heard you mention this months ago, but I don't remember. Generally on GameStop, like for farther dated calls, like more than a quarter out, seeing like this under 80, this like at the money IV under 80. So like the IV, so it's 60, 90, the IV 90 under 80, uh, indicates a good buy-in opportunity. How do you feel about a SPY entry right now? I mean, the correction is definitely on. I would maybe hold off. It's gonna regain. I haven't updated this in so long. This may not even be accurate. This indicator. Uh, it's possible that this is just like the correction zone down here, but may not be terrible. But if this is due to the COVID concerns from the new strain, it can be pretty serious. Like this dip may continue for a couple more days, especially into Monday. Like having a down Friday is usually not good for the markets come Monday. One second. I'm gonna update Reddit. Any update on that guy trying to sue GameStop for the vote count results? Not that I'm aware of. I don't pay attention to any of that shit. So if no roll, there's theoretically a point of low price, low IV in a week or two that would make late December in the money calls cheap, right? Point of low price, low IV in a week or two. So Nesquick, yeah, like you're talking about if they fail to roll, then yeah, we could see like a very good opportunity right here after the expiration, but before the next ETF exposure. If they fuck with us and run it the same way again, right, where we start running up before, then it may be like these few days after December 17th, one day. Or I'm sorry, before. My mistake. Before. December 17th is a Friday. Um, so like the 15th, 16th, if they fail to roll, maybe very good entry opportunities. I took good profits last week, then you did them into the trash. Dorito, please, for the daily. Probably looks better on the five, right? Maybe not. There's not enough volume here, really. Cat took a massive hit this morning. There. Like that. I thought the SPY had already shown proof. The fiance is sitting behind me right now. She can hear you. Act natural. Timmy ruined it, Carl. You should have said anything. Take a punt on some puts for earnings can't be an awful idea, huh? I mean, I'm gonna probably buy some puts for earnings to hedge like my Febs and my Januaries. I can't see not doing that. To like not straddling because they always try to flash crash earnings. That's just free money, right? And if I'm wrong and it just shoots up after earnings, like I already have calls in place. Um, where do you see the floor as for this dip? That's a good question. Where's the floor for the dip? 186 to 177. I know it sounds tinfoily, but I truly believe the big boys are reading your Reddit posts and are having someone watch the stream because they clearly switched this up based on your content. I don't know about that. I don't know. That's just like, for me, that's too big of a reach. And that should say something, right? Because my ego is unreal. Myrna, too late to get in today. Shares not options. How hard's it running? Oh, maybe not. Jesus. Where's the high on this? If it breaks that 350 resistance, um, it could just fucking rock it. So there's still a lot of potential room to the upside. Trina, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Win Monda. I just placed 2 buy orders, so I agree. People are actually dropping TA for GME. I don't even know how much TA I've been doing lately. I mean, TA led to a lot of the analysis that we did, but the analysis was independent of the technical analysis, right? Pickles picks when Sunday. Depending on what happens today, the market's choppy, but Sunday. It'll be either Sunday or Monday morning, because I'll probably have to see what happens with the Asian markets in the pre-market going into Monday. Like if the SPY's going to continue this dip, it's likely going to do it on Monday. In which case, there's not a lot you're going to want to be long on, right? All those people who've been bag holding SPXX calls for January, aren't you up now? Or weren't you up big this morning? 210 safe. No. But max pain's at 217, dude. Fix at 26. Hmm. I have SL at 195 with big. Can anybody? Does anybody have access to Fintel data? Do we still have access to Fintel data, Quants? Is that still paid up or working? Hmm. Girk, honest opinion, what are your thoughts on selling shares to enter options? I don't think that's a good idea at all. I think there's a bystander effect that the whole options theory creates, which is dangerous. And I have to say that a lot of people are going to think that by selling shares and getting into these long-term options contracts, they can increase their leverage and just reiterate that capital elsewhere. But at the same time, by doing that, you're releasing real shares into the market, which means that the options have nothing to put pressure against because you're freeing up the float. Um, I can't say that that's a good idea. It definitely is bad for the stock overall. And reduces the probability of a short squeeze occurring. There was a small news blip earlier this week that the Fed's mechanism to prop up the market was broken. Do you think that's why it's a red rather than the COVID variant excuse? Um, I heard that the Fed was considering pulling out of their bond buying this week, but I haven't I haven't seen any more reports on that. Do you have the article, Azer? I'll check it out. Options or icing on the top, not the cake. Yeah. I hope you saw my message. People are intimidated by intelligence. Dan still has Fintel access. Dan, can you check GME short interest over this last week and see if it increased? If possible, can you see if reported short interest on GME increased through the expected exposure period? Like, we're looking to see if they internalized the gamma exposure. And if they did, is that reported? Well, I guess we wouldn't have the data yet, would we? Because the reporting date was the 24th. So we won't have the data until the 30th or the 15th of next month. I thought Fintel was FUD. It still shows reported short interest. I mean, it's FUD, right? Because it doesn't report the short interest that, you know, we think is on the stock. But I want to know if reported short interest went up, Moonwind. So the bullshit number that declares GME short interest is like 13%. I want to know if that went up. I laughed at the guy who was saying you try to sound smart by using words like theta and gamma. Yeah, some people smoke a lot of meth. Anyway, if your options expire worthless and out of the money, nothing happens, right? You just lose your money. Yeah, you lose the premium that you paid for the contracts. I love when you draw triangles. It really gets my morning going. Thanks, Glider. Can I sell you my 250? I don't want it. I missed you say, still holding your Jan 300s or rolling to Feb? I still have them. All of my Januaries are mostly up except for my 250s because I bought those a little later. Um, but most of them are like even or slightly up. Like even my 950s are still double what they were what I bought them for. Well, not double, but like 80% up. All right, so this is failing. Well, actually, I wouldn't say failing. This didn't really have a lot of support anyway. But it does look like the trend may be breaking down a little more. I don't really know if this is even a wedge at this point. I think this might just be a downtrend. Maybe. Hmm. Real possibility of hitting 30 today on the VIX. I mean, yeah, it just keeps running up. SPY's still dropping. Am I blocked? Off fudge? No, you're not blocked, Dan. I like the tents better than the triangle. Are you buying puts on anything? I mean, I have like January puts for the SPY, but I don't think they've printed yet. 459. Oh, maybe they have. I think they were 465s. I have some further dated SPXS. My VIX calls are doing good. Remember when I switched to the VIX calls for as my hedge because I thought that the market was going to continue up. So I still have a couple like long short positions on the SPY, but not many. I do have VIX calls. Um, they're definitely up a little right now. I should probably open that up. What happened to the replay of yesterday's stream? I'm not sure. I can't find the VOD. It's not loading onto YouTube, but I should have a recording of it on my computer. So I'm going to try to re-upload it. Check DMs. Oh, Wait, that's not you. Dun, 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 dun. Twitter. Okay, so we're starting to normalize on the arbitrage a little bit. Is that the midpoint? No, we're still deviance though. Huh. Interesting. Any idea on when WeBull will sell options today? I mean, if you have it turned on, I don't know if you have to sell them yourself or they just expire worthless. It didn't go up any significant amount. Borrow rate went way down and now up. Shares available. Short volume still high. So you keep climbing down to the resistance you were talking about a couple of minutes ago. I mean, we have other resistances first. We have the EMA. Right now, we're kind of sitting on the EMA 60, right around 200. And then we have another, or EMA 30 at 200 and like 250, 203. Um, we have the EMA 60 down at 197. We haven't dropped to that yet. We've still got a little bit of range. But yeah, we could continue down. The SPY keeps coming down, but our volume's low, so we're not, tracking at least that much with this massive dip. Is this market sell-off actually due to COVID or is it a lie? Who the fuck knows? Why does VWAP on the SPY make a sawtooth pattern? How's your friend with the 50K loan into SPY puts doing? That's a good question. He bought those really far out. I think he made bank on the last correction. I'm pretty sure he cashed out. I haven't talked to him a lot, but I think he cashed out on this like big correction that we had back here. Um, I don't know if he cashed out at the bottom of it, but he 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 definitely made money here. So I hope he cashed out. I'd have to ask him. Do you have an anticipated price window for today? I mean, we can hold the EMA 30. If we bounce on the EMA 30, that's super great, right? That continues that bullish trend that we have on the daily. Um, but right now, I would say somewhere between here and like 197, given the volume and the number of hours left in the day. Uh, Sears up a penny. All right. If I remember correctly, you said you need to cover a certain amount of shares, but with the volume that wasn't possible and it's due today. So what's the explanation? We still don't know. So if it's due today, it's due to the CME extension, a settlement extension. So CME extended settlement periods from anything due Wednesday at market open is now due today at open. So the dark pool thing still takes effect, right? So if they put block orders in this morning into a dark pool and those haven't hit the lit exchange yet, we're not going to see those till like later this afternoon. But the only way I can see the CME settlement affecting the price action or this exposure that we expect and the volume is if that variance swap that was opened on GME on Tuesday somehow defers their gamma exposure. If the variance swap doesn't defer their gamma exposure, then it would indicate that the gamma exposure was lessened or they hedged appropriately in advance. Clayton Gross, now that I've been watching and following for a while, I now understand why all those people drank the Kool-Aid. Thanks, Clayton. I appreciate that. Um, looks like the volume of Jimmy did not play out as expected. What you think might be wrong? So what I just covered on that last question from Matthew. Other possibilities are that the run that we saw preceding the final spike was them hedging appropriately. This information we won't really have until we can start to see the short interest reports, the SI percent from this period, and the FTDs from this period, which, we have to wait on SEC data for. Ultimately we did hit like the expected price range of like 250, right? As the floor climbed and we still had not seen the volume, I raised that target for I think up to like 280 for a potential upside with a possibility for 300. But the volume did not play out. The price started dropping after Tuesday. After that spike Tuesday morning, as a matter of fact. And we haven't seen the volume come back in. So if we see the volume come in the next T+2, I'm not sure what kind of deferred settlement that means. If I'm not sure if the holiday, like if there's some other obscure settlement extension due to the holiday that I missed. But for all intents and purposes right now, it looks as if they have covered. So the price action we saw was the covering. There is no more, as far as I'm currently concerned, until I see some significant amount of volume come in. And if that doesn't come in by, next Tuesday, then we're just looking at, that window from last Friday and Monday as the extent of the exposure. Which would make it drastically different than every other ETF exposure run up. At least in its no, theory's not dead. Because the price action still happened, Leopold. It's possible that they could have internalized the entire thing, but that seems like a lot. All the other basket stocks, I think, ran at some point with volume. I know Dillard's did. Dillard's ran hard. Did AMC have a run up? It's not really in the same baskets anymore, but no. That definitely didn't. BBBY. No, not Best Buy. Actually, Best Buy kind of ran too. BBBY. Bed, Bath and Beyond. So there's this constant uptrend after the ETF FTD date that makes me think that they may have hedged this run in advance. A constantly increasing price. But with GameStop, the question is, where do they get the shares to hedge, right? If they're using options to hedge, then that exposure is going to be due soon, right? How's the calculation so far off? Is something off or misunderstood? There could be something to do with the FTDs on the ETFs this last quarter. Those were different, right? Like as we know, the FTDs on ETFs went way up from September on after the futures fail. It could be that some of that exposure was due to the FTDs, and since they covered those FTDs, we see less exposure. Volume and OBV ticking up, yeah, a little bit of a bounce, but we were right on the EMA here, so that's what I'm thinking, Leopold, is that maybe the November 3rd run, like all those ETF FTDs had something to do with reducing exposure by clearing those. We saw reduced exposure from ETF exposure this cycle. So those ETF quarterlies, those OPEX expirations that normally drive this price action, it's possible that the overall exposure was reduced. I mean, we still saw the price action, right? So the price action happened, but we didn't see the volume. So we have to look into what could have reduced the amount of exposure. Just bought my first ever option, 0DTE 220. How degenerate am I? That's pretty degenerate for a first option, but cheap, right? I mean, I guess you're not really losing a lot of money. $30. Do you know an ETF with big exposure to GME? Currently, as far as weighting goes, I know on the run, GME's exposure goes up, right? So the higher the price of GameStop, the more weight it has in the ETFs that rebalance daily. That's another thing that drives price action is that, GME's in so many ETFs that when the price goes up, those ETFs, have to weigh it higher. And so they also have to buy GameStop. There's price action going up in GameStop creates a lot of demand for the shares from external sources. Good time to stock up on some Feb calls, 290C. IV's pretty low right now. I'm waiting for it to get a little bit lower before I buy more, but I will be looking over the next several days, especially if we just stay kind of stagnant and IV continues to fall off. We're testing the top of the descending wedge starting from Monday. Are we? It's like a technical breakout on like what, the 1 hour? I wouldn't say Monday, I guess, but more like here. Yeah, or we've already broken out a little. Let's start here. I wouldn't say that's a descending wedge. At least not on this time scale. It looks more like a bump and run, and we found a reversal point. Can you please show how much win percent you could have had on Moderna calls today as a Eurobor? I want to know. What did it do? Options. The problem with that is you would have had to have been carrying them, but let's see if you'd had. Yeah, it's just gonna price the original pricing, so I have to use a different calculator. A lot. I mean, the intrinsic. If you had like 300s, those are already up pretty significantly, right? Moderna's at what, 340 now, probably 330. So if you'd had like 300, say, I mean, not only would you have experienced a massive IV spike, but at the peak here, like $42 intrinsic value. So plus the IV, a lot. You would have been up a lot, 25,000%. Even zero DTE Moderna options this morning. Your analysis is right, but do not account for their ability to control the price completely. They can't control the price completely, or we would never run. This would be a super basic question. My analysis is based on the points at which they cannot control the price. But I'm considering getting puts for earnings. When buying puts, do you need to have shares in your account before you buy the contract? No. Trying to educate myself and not get shafted. No, a long put doesn't require anything. It's the same as a long call. It's just the upfront premium cost. No joke. I had 10 300C bought last Friday. Nice, dude. Good job, David. Volume on the 11.3 was 11.2 mil. Add that with volume from Tuesday. We got the 14 million. Thoughts? Interesting. I still need to see the FTD data from 11.3 to confirm that, though. I mean, if the FTD data shows a significant spike on the 3rd, right, in GME containing ETFs, then that confirms that the volume from the 3rd was in fact FTDs and not gamma exposure. How does the cycle change future cycles expected in the theory? It doesn't. The price action still occurred within the expected window or near it. We knew that they could cover in T plus 2, right? So we knew that's why we started buying options, or I started buying options on the 19th, was because that we knew that they could cover on the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th. So the price action still occurred. What we're looking for is, why did the volume shift? Why is the volume lower? Not why did the run not happen, because the run did happen. For all intents and purposes, GameStop went from $200 to $250 in a very short period of time. Carl got demodded? No, different Carl. Imposter Carl. Yes. If they could 100% control the price, why would you even be in GME or the stock market at all? Exactly. That wouldn't account for delta hedging on all our weekly calls, plus short volume we saw. What wouldn't? You can internalize gamma exposure. Technically, there's no volatility product to hedge gamma. Volga? I mean, they can internalize the loss from the naked call. They don't need to actually hedge, right? They can just take the loss on their margin. Uday. 11 through is different than what we thought. Just gives us something else to look at. That, I mean, that's what we saw happen in January. When are you going to notice that I'm posting that there's in fact a different settlement date for Thanksgiving? When did you post it? What's the settlement? What do you mean there's a different settlement day for Thanksgiving? CME extended settlements until today. I know about that. What other settlement extension are you referring to? It's weird being home with the stream. Zakir here cosplaying as my wife. You're talking about FTDs on November 3rd plus this week adding up to 14 million, but that wouldn't account for other sources of volume we had this week. Yeah. If they hedged properly for quarterly ETF options constantly over the last quarter, would that be the reason there's no gamma exposure? Could be the reason that the gamma exposure is significantly less voluminous. I internalized a loss this week. Can you explain what it means to internalize these losses? So instead of buying shares to remain delta neutral at market, right? To on their naked calls that they write, they just internalize the loss from the call. So that means they just place the losses from the call against their margin. Volume in 2020, Monday after Thanksgiving, increased 300%. Interesting. Didn't most of the price action happen on Friday, though, and not during the exposure window? I mean, a chunk of it, $30 of it happened on Friday. The other 20 happened on Monday. Or, well, 28-ish happened on Friday. I don't remember Friday's opening price. It was like a little above 200, I think. But I think we were up that whole week. I.e., put it on my tab. You can't define a word by using the word. I mean, they did in January, right? The SEC report. It's pretty blatant about the fact that they internalized billions in losses in January. I think quarter three earnings could pose a substantial drop. Price tends to be shorted mostly in 2+2 of earnings, which would also land on a Friday this time around. Could be good for put profits far out of the money. I mean, I'm going to straddle my long term position through earnings like I did last time. If we don't see price action today, will you sell your positions? Like my weeklies are worthless. And everything else I have is for January and February, so I'm not going to sell those. I'll average them down. Two 210 definitely safe. No, no. Are you seeing my link? Rule 4210, November 30th, and Reg T, November 3rd. I'm not seeing. You can't post links in the YouTube chat, Uday. You can DM them to me over on Discord. I've read Reg T before. So if you were sending me links to something, yeah, I can't see it. How do you straddle? You buy near the money puts and calls on either side of the currently trading price. The idea is that if the price moves in one direction or the other, you sustain the loss from the premiums on one side, but you're able to hedge the price action. So if the price, if you have a long call position, you can hedge it by buying puts near the money. If you expected like a dip and a recovery. Yeah, if you guys link me anything in the YouTube chat, I can't see it at all. You'd think that would be clear because, like, even if you post it, you can't see it, right? Or can you guys see your own links and I can't see them? I really don't know how that works. Where does your lower trend line put us during Feb 18, 2022? Do 250Cs for Feb 18, 2022 still look safe? For like the long-term trend? Oh, yeah. Especially 250s. To make money from calls, does one need to own 100 shares of the stock? No. To sell covered calls, you need to own 100 shares of the stock. Feb 18, 510 safe. They're very far out of the money. I don't currently own any at that high of a strike, but if our price moves up, I'll consider them. IBKR from 60K on Wednesday to 34,000 now. Yeah, and Fidelity from 3 million on Wednesday to 1.4 million now. There's a YouTube channel called Project Finance that basically explains options for beginner, intermediate. Could be a good place to point people with basic questions. Yeah, if you guys want to check that out. Yeah, the long-term trend is here. I have to redraw it. I don't think I have it on my current chart, but let me see. Is CVVWAP still showing some divergence? No, normalizing a little bit. Okay. We're still not at zero. What was I looking for? Oh, the long-term trend. So let's see here. One day. Dun, dun, dun. So the long-term trend has us around like 346 by February 18th. Like that long-term lower trend. Where did they get the 3 million? I mean, they've had them. Fidelity's had like the same like 3.6 million shares to borrow for months. Occasionally it goes all the way up to the max, which seems to be around like 3.4, 3.3. But most of the time it settles around 1 million or so shares available. Should one exercise for Feb calls precisely on Jan 25th, no matter what, since it's their expected weak spot, or wait for price action to confirm thesis? Obviously, want to wait for price action, unless those calls are just so deep in the money at that point that, it doesn't matter. But there's the price action there on that's expected on the 25th, but there's also price action on February. If they fail to roll the futures contracts, then we can expect price action on February 3rd and 8th as well, which may be like the final nail in the coffin, right? If we're already trading at a very high price point by late January. What other stocks are you long on? You mentioned Palantir a couple times. I have I have AMD. Um, I have UWMC. I have some Lucid. Uh, Technically, I'm long on Cat and Spotify. Um, what else? I'm not sure. I have to look. I have a couple other stocks. I just can't think of them right now. 1 second. DM me the Finner link in Discord. I don't know if it's relevant. Holiday margin extension. Roll cards, firms, or statements. Reg T date for November. Wait, what? November 23rd is November 30th instead? Oh shit. That's big if true. But that's for things. So trade date. So T. But T is the T date is November 19th, which means that settlement should be today. According to this. So our T date is the options expiration date, right? So first, which would be settlement on the 23rd. And the extension date is today. Given the drop of the market today, are there any plays you're looking for possibly in the next week? I'll probably buy some more calls on Cat. Buy more Januaries on Cat. Lower price, lower strikes. I have 220s for January on Cat. I'll probably pick up some like 200s. Maybe Visa 200s. I kind of like that. Baba looks like kind of like shit. The problem is I don't want to pick those up today because I think the market could continue dropping Monday. Uh, Sorry, 1 second. It's, um, What indicators do you look at for determining Feb April calls? Do you have a personal line of reasoning for how far out of the money you tend to limit yourself? Uh, right now, without a confirmed break of the 300 resistance, I'm not buying any calls very far above that. If we see a break of the 300 resistance, either on a roll or in December, then I'd consider buying some further out of the money calls between December 22nd and the possible FTD cycle. If we believe in MOASS by Jan 23, would you stock up on Jan 23 950s be a good buy when their IV drops to around 80? I mean, they can be a good buy, but you want to sell them on volatility spikes and then average them down or increase leverage. Like, you wouldn't want to hold those through spikes. Like, if the stock spikes hard, you don't want to like just carry them to that high and then like keep them and let them lose their value again. So you still need to like actively manage that position. Is December 23rd a decent date? I can't afford Feb yet, and I want to hold something at all times in case of MOASS. Or could I just play weeklies every week on top of real shares, of course? I don't really like December 23rds, but I mean, they only really have a chance of going into the money. Like, that's another holiday week, too. Should start looking into deferred settlement for that as well now. They only carry through to the like Wednesday of that week, right? So, not my favorite. Or Thursday? Is it Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday because market's open on Christmas Eve. Yeah, I found the guidelines. Defer settlement for a T day of the 19th to today. So if the hours, so we have 9:30 to 1 o'clock. I'm trying to think of what time frame we would expect that midday settlement. Soon, right? So we have 4 hours market time, 2 hours after open would be 11:30. So 11:69. What you reading there? Oh, I was reading the FINRA 4210 deferred settlement for the holiday week. If you guys can, please drop a like. Big help. How would you play 4K in options going into the next cycles, theoretically? It's just enough to maybe consider more than one contract for Feb, or potentially one contract for December 31st and one for Feb. I still don't like December 31st contracts. I know a lot of people are sold on them, but I think January is just a better. There's more liquidity in January because those are GME equity leaps. Yeah, I don't like December 31st weeklies. I think they're a shitty contract. If extension date is today, that means market open Monday at the latest. Yeah, so if they could potentially settle through the morning of the 24th, then the FINRA deferred settlement implies that they could potentially settle through market open Monday. So it's one more day of carrying the unknown. Can you share the thing you were reading about settlement? Yeah. One sec. I'll post it over there. Osified, thank you so much for becoming a Lon Johnson, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. Well, no, I don't need to get you added to anything. You're all set. I appreciate it. Can you look at last year's volume for today and Monday? Yes. Let's see. Went from 12 to 31 million volume. So 200% spike. OTC markets close an hour after NYSE today. Will that play into this? I'm not sure. It could. I already found the 2021 holiday margin extension schedule. Right, Poker DGen? You expecting any heavy movements to the imminent NFT announcement? Imminent? No. If they make an announcement, we can move forward from there. But until they do, there's no reason to expect anything. 12.3 got crushed hard also, but retained value from IV on the Tuesday dip. Extension of the expiry of our calls till Monday would have been fair. Right? What ticker do you look at on the stream? GameStop? Why is you up going up on SPY even though it's trading below it? Volume trading higher. So more volume at higher price points will move the move VWAP up. It's an average, right? Even though you forcibly broke into my home and made me buy and hold deep out of the money options at gunpoint, I'm still a big fan. Have to tune out now. Hope you have a great weekend. Later, Christian. Is it true that the market going down frees up margin space for short hedge funds due to the short positions, allowing them to internalize more GME exposure? Is it true that the market going down frees up more margin space for the short hedge funds due to their short positions? I mean, yes. These corrections I don't think are ideal in regards to like net short hedge funds. If they're truly short all these index ETFs, then a dip is obviously beneficial for them as it increases the value of their positions. Why the fuck did they get a margin extension? Why can't I get a holiday theta extension for my 510Cs? What's this about pushing settlement to Monday? The guy at me answered no to a specific question about settlement from this week being moved to Monday. Yeah, settlement from this week should close out today for CME. But FINRA has a holiday margin extension that pushes settlement out to Monday. Potentially Monday at market open would be the final T plus window based on FINRA's 4210 holiday extension, which I can't believe I fucking missed. I could have sworn we looked for those. I don't know if that affects anything, but it might. What do we think happened to the 12 million in volume this week? I still think the strongest possibility is that there's been a delay in the settlement dates due to the holidays. The next most likely scenario is that there is reduced gamma exposure. The least likely scenario that I'm currently considering is that they've somehow hedged gamma exposure with a variance swap that they opened on Tuesday. But it could be that they opened the variance swap and drove the price down in order to capture movement on Monday. Like if they're long volatility going into Monday, right, and they know that they have to pump the stock Monday, then that variance swap could have been open to capture profits on that. Wow, Russell 2K down over 4%. I mean, everything's down a shitload today. I was a little hesitant to follow advice to go all into zero DTE 910Cs for today, but I'm trusting you and put my whole mortgage payment into it. God damn it, Han. Are you expecting an RC tweet today? I have no idea. Any opinion on an AMC $20 put for 218? No, I don't really give a shit about AMC. I wouldn't want to play options over there in either direction. T+2 window, does that include if they place everything in OTC orders so it trickles in throughout the day? Yes. I'm understanding that right. That's correct. If the exposure is if the exposure volume is placed into dark pools, it can trickle out throughout the day. Nope, no extra day on 11/26s. So we're 12/3s the move all along. Guess we'll see Monday. Yeah. No shots. That's hand. She doesn't even know what calls are. I know it's not hand. Not if Uday, not if they're long volatility. How do you figure 12 million volume? That's just based on the historical volume from these runs. 12/3 got crushed. 12/3 bought end of day today different than those bought last Friday. Yeah, they're cheaper. I mean, they've also lost theta, or they've had theta decay. It's really down to 69.15. I bet we don't see a drop in gasoline prices at the pump. What? Oh, probably not. If settlement date is changed, will we see volume roll in on the new dates? Bullish, possibly. Yes, Moon, we have extensively. So how does one roll a contract? You simply sell the contract and then buy one at a later date. Perhaps they were hedging in the weeks preceding this week. Maybe that's why you didn't see the price dip as low as you thought it would. It's possible. We didn't see any price dip, really. We just saw the price run. The price went up all the way into the exposure date, which is unusual. Um, Extensions on settlement dates, Moon. DRS price improvement fake? What DRS price improvement? So considering picking up 2 Feb 300Cs just to see if anything happens in the next couple of days. I'm thinking if GME goes down, I'm not losing that much with theta. Yeah, you wouldn't lose that much. Like carrying like a Feb for a short period of time, you would not lose a lot of value in theta. I think their theta is super low. Yeah, like you basically lose almost no value in theta for out of the money Feb calls. I just rolled my weeklies to 10, 12, and we'll roll again next week and just keep a 14-day roll going. That's a way to do it. Yeah. If you're just trying to capture upside movement, you said you'd buy puts to hedge the earnings dip. Doesn't earnings get IV crushed though? If you buy the puts further out, like if you don't buy weeklies, then you won't experience as much IV crush. So nobody is DRSing anymore. Yeah, they are. I have 1231 calls. I hope I can see price increase before the date. I mean, there's a shot at it. You have whatever deferred settlement is going on this week as a possibility. You have the roll or failure of the future cycle as a possibility. And at worst case, you have more ETF exposure coming in the holiday week of Christmas on the 22nd. Who extended their dates and why? CME and FINRA. FINRA extended margin settlement, which I do think affects us. Um, and CME extended theirs as well. But I think anything due Wednesday for CME was due today. We haven't seen any volume after they received equity with total returns. So they're currently short volatility. They're observing volatility variance as interest cost. They're not long volatility. The short hedge funds aren't long volatility, but what about the market makers? I just got my DRS letter. It took months to get here in Australia. Well, DRS more now that I have an account. Would buying puts for earnings on Monday be okay, or too much IV by then? Need to wait for the cash to clear. IV is going to be up. IV will probably climb into earnings, which are on the 8th. Well, I expect the 22nd to have even more exposure than this week, right? So we either run into the 22nd, like we did this previous week, into this week, or we see the exposure play out that week. I should just look right now since I have the FINRA settlement dates open and see if there's a shift in the margin requirements for that week as well. Okay, there are. Anything settlement date of December 23rd is pushed out to the 28th. Reg T extension due date. So that would mean the 29th. Right, because the market's, oh, wait. The 28th is Tuesday. So settlement, we expect settlement on the 19th, right? Of December. So it doesn't look like settlement in December is pushed. At least not based on this. Because there's no extension for T dates on the 19th. So this month, there's an extension. I'm going to show you guys this because this seems relevant. So for November here, we have an extension of this last Friday, which was our T date, right? That pushes it out through today. And if today's the +2, then that means that the 29th is the final day. So if it should have settled on the 23rd instead, so today is the +2 due to the extension from the 19th, which means that Monday we should see what we expected to see last week or this week. That's what I'm getting from this extension. And then December, though, the 19th is not part of the extensions. So December 19th should settle on time. So December 19th should be the 22nd for the final settlement date. So why does November have... I guess because the holiday falls on Thursday as opposed to Friday like it does in December. Because this is a 3-day week, or well, 3.5-day week, and December's a 4-day week. Sorry, I know it's bright, but it seems important that December 19th is a Sunday, or December 17th, sorry. December 17th is the settlement. I'm thinking November. November 19th is our T day. But December 17th has no deferred settlement. So December 17th should still settle at the latest on the 22nd. And then the 19th of November should settle at the latest on the 29th. What the fuck? Well, everybody who bought far dated calls, that might be good news for you come Monday. Thanksgiving is always on Thursday, and they didn't defer it last year. I mean, last year in the same cycle, we had more volume on the following Monday than any other day. The following Monday with 31 million volume, as opposed to the T date, which had 7 million. That day, the following Monday, we went up 12.26%. I'm gonna be rich. No, I don't pay for this. This is just FINRA's website. It's just FINRA information notice. Can you look at the same data for November of last year? Yes. If I can find it. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me try to find it. GameStop dropping 200. Notice. So information notice. So it'd be looking for 2020. If someone can find that same settlement notice for 2020, that would be a huge help. Still leave the question open for this week. What's safe? Moonwind, pick your own fucking covered call strikes, man. GME on sale for Black Friday. It might be. Just change the year in the link to 2020. I don't know if it's. Oh, here we go. Thank you. So let's look at the previous year. So the settlement for last November would have been on the 24th, which would have been extended to the 27th. Yes. So the 24th, and then the T date would have been the 1st of December, which would have been the following. Hold on. I gotta look at my calendar here. So that would have been the following Tuesday. Son of a bitch. Charlie's Vids is a fucking nut job and conspiracy theorist. Yes, BlackRock owns lots of ETFs through iShares. He's never made a point besides the one on top of his head. December 1st, Renzer, sorry. What was the volume on the last year of those days? Volume went up significantly the following Monday. That Tuesday. So 11:30 was I believe 11:30 was the following Monday. Yeah, 11:30 was the following Monday. 31 million volume, and then 12 million volume on the following Tuesday. But it looks like the majority of the price action occurred on Monday, Friday, and Monday. So Friday we were up 10%. The Friday before, and then that Monday we were up 12.26%. So maybe there's a chance we still run today. We've got not many hours before market close. Hour and a half. I just joined when you said son of a bitch. What prompted that? It looks like there's a push in margin settlement, which may push our expected volume out to next Monday. Monday, Tuesday, but Monday actually. No, just Monday because that yeah. So that makes sense actually because if the final settlement day was Friday last year, then Monday at market open would be the last opportunity for them to place the orders. Which means that today is also the last opportunity for them to place the orders based on that settlement schedule. Or Monday morning is the last day to place the orders. Monday pre-market and opening bell. No, I think aftermarket only runs 1 hour after close today, but I'm not sure on that. Possibly, but that, I mean, if we run Monday and we see the gamma exposure volume we expected to see, that means that the entire run to 250 was perpetuated by retail buying options, which is significant, right? We were up 10% the Friday before Monday last year. So maybe we run today. Aftermarket runs till 5. Okay. Crystal fondling. If December 22nd should be the final settlement day, then when are the December 31st dates a bad play to try and capture? Then why are the December 31st dates a bad day to play to try and capture that while still keeping some theta? I just think January's are better and they're going to have more liquidity. December 31st are going to be very illiquid. You're going to have a wide spread on them. And the leaps are just going to have way more liquidity at that point. Like December 31st are just a weekly. They're not a monthly. They're like if you're buying them right before the expected run up, then they're probably not the worst. But um, buying them now and just letting the theta burn until then doesn't seem like a great play. Still no deep in the money puts, not of any significance. No, there were some bought earlier today, but they weren't deep in the money. They were like a little like near the money. They were 230s for next Friday. The real question is that if PiFi just discovered the extra day push into next week for settlement, why did he not front run us? Fuck that guy on Reddit, man. What the fuck? I mean, it looks like a low volume drop off and then a lot of volume coming in. We've seen this before. That's fucking strange. So we're seeing high buy volume, low sell volume. If you truly YOLO'd, you'd have no money left. Guys, are you saying to buy weeklies again? Do it because I'm a degenerate. I'm not saying to buy weeklies at all. What did you discover? I missed it. There's a extended settlement for FINRA margin requirements that extends November 19th settlement out into the morning of Monday morning. I think if anything, that if we see the volume come in on Monday, I think that proves beyond a doubt that they hedge their calls, right? That there is some hedging occurring, as opposed to the current sentiment that's going around on Reddit that they don't hedge at all. There's no hedging going on. That would, I mean, that would indicate that retail bought a shitload of options on the wrong week, and it ran the price up. And it's, I mean, literally a pump. So the retail's nominal buying power, they were able to run the stock $50 with options. Yeah, YOLO'd into Jan, Feb, 250, 300s, feeling the pain. Hodl, I'm holding mine, yeah. Uh, did you buy them on the run, Jeff? If you bought them when IV was high, that's got to be pretty rough. Like if you bought them Monday or Tuesday. I sent a message that might be relevant. Uh, Securities included on the broker or dealer's books or records that allocate to a short position of the broker or dealer or a short position for another person, excluding positions covered by paragraph M. For more than 30 calendar days, and the broker dealer must not later than the business the following day on which the determination is made take prompt steps to obtain physical possession or control of such securities. For the purpose of this paragraph, the 30-day time period will not begin to run with respect to a syndicate short position established in connection with offering of securities until the completion of the underwriter's participation. The distribution is determined pursuant to Reg M of this chapter. Extension requests must be received on the due dates listed below on the second business day after the 30th calendar day from the date of the segregation deficit occurred. Doesn't that apply to... That's interesting. So you think Wednesday, November 3rd was the segregation deficit day? That would be that would be the morning of this. Well, we did run first thing in the morning. Without the FTD data, though, we can't confirm it's one or the other. Term basket show me the group of stocks that FINRA or any notional securities exchanges. Yeah, okay. Team Specialist Section 7 Exchange Act pursuant to the rules of national security exchanges. Upon margin basis satisfactory, the concerned parties provided all real and potential risks in the account carried under such arrangements at all times. You know what this does infer is that calls held more than 35 days from the date of purchase cannot be hedged synthetically. Because it means that they would have to go through a settlement period and would have to. This is MOASS, by the way. Thanks, man. I wonder if that's why those long dated calls are so expensive. It would explain the cost of theta, yeah. Well, it's not supposed. They can only carry the synthetic position. If they're using a synthetic hedge, they can't carry it beyond the settlement period. So after the settlement period occurs, they would have to hedge with actual equity or re-hedge with synthetics. Which would just further compound the loss. What's up, Bob Smith? What reg are you looking at? Oh, all kinds of shit. SEA rule 15C3-3. Let's think if Citadel doesn't hedge their calls, then no matter how many calls we buy, no matter how much gamma ramp we set up, it's all pointless since they don't hedge, the price won't go up. I mean, if we run through the end of today into Monday morning, I think that would indicate that they do hedge. And I mean they hedge, right? And the question isn't whether they hedge or not. The question is if they hedge synthetically or if they're hedging with real shares. And we don't think they're hedging with real shares, right? Because there should be no real shares available with which to hedge. If 30 million shares are tied up in the options chain, in the delta in the options chain, then there's no real fucking shares to hedge with, right? Which means they have to hedge synthetically, and that's why an exercise is so important, because an exercise demands the delivery of real shares. Yeah, if they don't hedge their delta, then their clearinghouse will elevate their risk profile. That's correct. There's bigger people in the market than just Citadel. There's counterparties that can be hurt financially by Citadel not appropriately hedging. You have to understand that this isn't just all. It's not like GameStop and Citadel are the only entities in the market. Someone is loaning them that margin, and the person loaning that margin isn't going to take those kind of risks. I mean, the first thing people need to understand is why a margin call would occur in the first place, or a forced buy. An SEC Rule 15C3-3 requires member organizations take prompt steps to obtain physical possession or control of securities pursuant to paragraphs D2, D3, H, and M through a buy-in procedure or otherwise. The rule under paragraph N further provides for extension of time when the exchange is satisfied that the member organization is acting in good faith in making an application and has determined that exceptional circumstances warrant such action. The fact that a buy-in has been instituted does not eliminate the need for an extension of time on the due date if possession and control is still required. Even if a member organization has been granted an extension of time, it may be bought in under NYSE Rules 282 and 284 by the member organization with which the contract is open. Member organizations should only reorganize exchange holidays and determine the due date for extension of time. This procedure will eliminate the confusion created, created due to bank holidays on which the exchange is open for business. In order to allow Exchange computerized extension system to properly process extensions permitted under the SEA Rule 15C-3, all requests must be received on the due dates listed below. Adherence to this procedure will reduce the number of denied requests or improper dates and establish uniformity within member organizations. D2, 30th calendar day after settlement date. D3, 45th calendar day after settlement date. H, 45th. M, 13th business day after trade date. Interesting. You sound like Charlie. How? Clip this. It's like the whole fucking thing. Clip this whole stream. It's only like 4 hours long. It's power hour in 17 minutes. 16, yeah. Descending wedge forming today. Yeah, bigger one. It's possible. Yeah, now that we've found some actual supports here and here. I, no, hold on. I still don't like it. So we're using like pre-market volume to substantiate a low trend. It's weak, but sure. I'll draw a triangle. I don't give a shit. Is today a good day, you think, to average down on Feb April calls? I'm thinking about picking up a couple here in a minute. I think if we cross VWAP, I'm going to buy some. Draw a tent. I like how it reminds me of what I'm moving into soon. Yeah, I feel like I'd rather go back further. Like maybe this or even further than that. But it's hard because the trend really breaks there in the pre-market. But if that were the case, it'd still be like that. Congrats. Did I hit 15K subs? That's insane. That's awesome. Off topic, but how have you performed as a professional trader over the years? It's skewed because I made obscene amounts of money on Tesla and GameStop. Um, so like, but if you remove those positions, um, it's like a 200% year over year. So I've doubled my capital for the last 3 years. My base capital, if you don't factor in Tesla and GameStop. Tesla and GameStop throw that figure way off though. So it's Upstart. Still no one knows what they do. Aren't they like a cybersecurity firm? Uh don't forget the tent door. Now that we've experienced glamping, we could go back to camping like the pores. Put on the 15K sub music. I don't have that. Can I sub and stay a pigeon whale? No, you'll be shamed and eaten by the Dans. Feb 400C looking spicy. Now below where they were before the run up. Yeah, I mean theta loss and then the IV decay. I think the IV's still higher on them than before the run up, but the theta may have helped out a little bit. Yeah, they're 11. Last one sold 11.29. They're not terrible. Favorite books for new traders: Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, Securities Analysis, uh, Options as a Strategic Investment. There's another one. I can't think of it right now. Can you go into a little more detail about average down options? Maybe provide an example. I mean, yeah, if you were to buy like a Feb 400 and the price is dipping, right? So you bought it at like 11.10 and the price of that option drops to like 8.80, right? You can buy another one at 8.80 and reduce. It's just like averaging down your stock position, right? So if you bought one here and then one here, your average cost is in the middle. You can also average down on runs, right? So say you have a Feb 400 and the price goes, way up and the value of the option increases. So you bought it at 11.10 and the spikes to like 21.50. You could sell here. And then when the price drops back down again to 11.10, you can buy two of them. Or you can lower your strike. There's a lot of ways to like increase leverage and average down if you understand how options work. I'm not really a dessert person. I very rarely order dessert. Pareto principle states that 80% of your profits will come from 20% of your trades. Yeah. That's why I said that. That's why I tell everybody that trading is about risk management and not about making massive tendies on every trade. You'll run into the trade that makes you a shitload of money. If you're in the market and participating, those trades will hit, and when they do, make sure that you know how to ride a trend. But the rest of your trades, it's mostly just about not losing too much money. Like if you can make small profits here and there, that's great. Basically poker then. Similar. Yeah, some hands are better than others significantly. Do you get tired of answering the same question? Also, do you get tired of answering the same question? Yes, but I still think it's worth it for me to answer the same questions. So, should I be iron condoring GME for the next few months? Interesting, Carl. We can talk about that. Here's what I don't get. Here's the biggest FUD out there, right? That I see right now is that like buying long-term dated calls on GME are a bad bet. But that sentiment is reiterated by people who say GME is going to be worth hundreds of dollars more in a few years and it's a great long-term investment. If you think GameStop's going to be worth $400 in a year, why the fuck aren't you buying leaps? Like that's just fucking stupid. That's why DFV bought leaps. Was because he thought GameStop was going to be worth much more in a year. Can I ask that again? What did you ask? Because I'm poor. Because I can't. I mean, I don't think DFE was rich. Yeah, the cost is higher, but like, I mean, if you think GameStop's going to be worth more than 400 by next January, then you could potentially own shares at $40 a share, right? Even at the money, 69.50 a share. Sure, I understand that it's hard for some people to buy 100 shares at once, even at 69.50. But I know for a fact that for a lot of people that invest anyway, like most people that are super fucking poor don't invest very much. And then yeah, you just hold stock, right? And you wait for it to grow. Oh, unrelated to the stock. A good while ago, you mentioned the type of buttercream for people that don't like buttercream. Do you remember what that was? Yeah, it's like sour cream or buttermilk buttercream. Um, and it's a little more acidic, so it's not as super rich and sweet as typical buttercream frosting. So it's a lot lighter on the palate. What's a good IV for a 6 month leap buy-in? 6 months, not a leap, but technically a good IV. If you see like the at the money IV drop below 80%, that tends to be historically a good entry point. The lend rate isn't that low, Marcus Aurelius. The current borrow rate is that low. Those shares are locked into contracts where the borrow rate is far higher. Also, covering $2 billion worth of GameStop at market right now, given the current illiquidity, by the time they were halfway done covering, the stock would be over $1,000. You have to remember that as when they cover that covering drives the price up if they're recovering their original short position. And with naked shorting, the amount of volume locked below $5 uh, could be astronomical, especially when you factor in like ETFs and their lack of locate requirements in order to short. I think if you see an opportunity to if you bought them on a peak, Jeff, and you see an opportunity to sell on another peak, and possibly average down, that's not a bad strategy to consider. Like if we peak Monday or in December, right? And we see the price, like you see the price of those options run back up to the point where they're profitable. Um, you could get out of them on a peak where you make some value out of them, and then buy back in on the dip in order to average the cost of them down and get out of that, because like being stuck in that position, you're kind of in a shitty position, right? You bought them high, so if you can sell them a little higher and then buy back in low, you can put yourself in a better position moving forward throughout the cycle. And if they profit enough on whatever runs occur in the next several months, you can obviously like increase leverage with those profits. Um, there's a lot of flexibility as to what you can do with those long-term calls over these next couple of months. It's just that you want to have those positions locked in going into the 25th of January. Oh, fuck you, Sean and On. I didn't warden anybody. $12:30 cover time. I think if we break 204 to the upside, I'm gonna consider buying some more long dated calls. I'll buy some more Jan 950s because I can average my profits down on those, and then I'll probably buy more Febs. On Tuesday, you clipped a thought that there may be no shares available. Can you expand on that? What would happen if there are no more shares? Arbitrage would continue to diverge as it couldn't be satisfied, right? But you wouldn't be able to buy shares in one market in order to sell them in the other, and so there would be no closing of the gap in arbitrage until one price realized the other, and so you would see a continued deviation between like the U.S. trading price and EU trading price, for example. And the collapse of that gap in arbitrage can create a short squeeze as arbitrage overcorrects in one market and undercorrects in the other because of the illiquidity. Then this price needs to go up, and it can go up in excess of the other price, right? So if this is here, this can go up to here, and then this has to catch up to that, and it creates like a constant uptrend of arbitrage. If you check out the daily DD blood money, I put a picture in there of the today's CVV WAP. It doesn't update super quick. I don't know if it's changed a whole lot. Let me see. I think it normalized a little bit after market open after the holiday. But it may be that significant whatever was left in the market remaining of the float may have been locked up by the large amount of call options that were purchased earlier in the week, and that's what started driving the arbitrage. If we look here at the 15-minute, I guess, and then we'll do, hold on. Here's to all the people wearing big boy pants who made their own decisions with their own money and don't blame others for their mistakes or losses. Own your choices. Thanks, At Will Enjoyment. Yeah, it's a lot of the negative sentiment right now is just people who lost money on weeklies, either because they played them incorrectly or didn't take profits. And, a lot of those people learned a lesson, and a lot of them want to blame somebody for the lesson they learned. So there's definitely two camps. There always will be. Let's see. All right. So if we look here We start to see options getting purchased out here on the 19th, and we start to see a arbitrage deviate, first to the upside, and then as people sold contracts to the downside. And we continue to see it not find mean, which means like trading here at the zero line. It's moving down again. We're getting closer right now to closing the gap in arbitrage. But if that overcorrects and there's more violent price action today, we could see that, move back the other way. So volatility in arbitrage is picking up, and the spread in the arbitrage is increasing. And that's why this could indicate low liquidity, right? And if this does indicate low liquidity, similar to the Volkswagen squeeze, it could be those, how many options contracts were open this week? It was like 30,000 options contracts. The pen's working. No, your 5100 GTs are probably not going to print, Carl. Power Hour song. Anyway, in the Volkswagen squeeze, essentially what happened is that there were no shares at market, and arbitrage continued to increase until we saw the arbitrage collapse into itself, and that was the point at which the squeeze triggered. And that's what CVVWAP tries to track. I don't know how well it does it, but it does it well enough to get a sense. I mean, it's possible, yeah. That's FUD. Fuck you, Moonman. You're just mad because I haven't told you 210s are safe. Power Hour song. It is Power Hour, isn't it?
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Not roaring kitty. What about 0DT 350C? Will that print? Asking for a friend. We'd have to run really, really fucking hard. Therefore, are long-dated options a good look now? I think so. I think IV's decently low. We're getting rejected at VWAP though, so it may be that long-dated options are a better look later in the day or closer to close. Especially if the price comes down a little bit more. Just because someone didn't take profits doesn't mean they were greedy. Good decisions can have bad outcomes, and bad decisions can have good outcomes. I mean, it's not necessarily greed. It's just it's a fundamental mistake to not take any profits out of options that are up, 300%. Like, by not taking any profits at all, you guarantee you cement your loss, especially on a weekly, right? If you're rolling a weekly into an extra day, you're cementing any loss that you experience by not capturing some of those profits to at least cover your cost basis. So it's not necessarily greed. It's just a misunderstanding of how to protect your downside. It does, and that's why I warned people off of weeklies and tried to tell people that they're not safe, right? That they're a big risk because it really does complicate things by having weeklies. Um, Try not to comment on why CVV up arbitrage indicator is broken, but my comment disappeared. It's because Bittrex GME USD has little volume. Yeah, I know. You can remove Bittrex though, and there's still a lot of deviance in the um, arbitrage, especially in after hours. There's there's better ways to set up that indicator, I think, but I'm gonna see if we can make our own. Um, if it's possible for us to make our own arbitrage indicator, because this one is flawed. But we checked manually. We checked like GSC2 versus GME, and there was uh, pretty significant pretty significant arbitrage between the two prices for a couple days there. Feb calls are down 30%, assuming I should hold till the next IV spike, sell them at a profit, then roll down to a better strike. You can do that. Yeah, you can wait till they're profitable again. How much volume did we have this week? Let's look. 9 million so far. Is there a good explain like I'm five, the whole CV VWAP indicator? I have no idea what I'm looking at here. Essentially, it's just it's trying to measure the variation between GME US dollar price and other foreign markets or other markets where GME is traded. And so it's measuring the difference in those prices. As the difference in those prices expands, it has signal lines that are supposed to indicate, the significance of that, like that deviance in arbitrage, or the significance of that arbitrage. I don't even need to say deviance. I'm selling 210, boys. Ha ha ha. No one can stop me. Thoughts on Jan 950 for the run on Monday, or possibly holding them for another run until January? I'll probably just average them down for the next run. Thanks for being so thick-skinned and bearing all the flack you knew you'd get for your thesis. You've been nothing but responsible and level-headed as always. I got a little pissed off last night. Your efforts to educate us all is invaluable. You're the man. Thank you, Deku. I appreciate it, dude. Would also like a video clip of you explaining CVVWAP as make user name face mentioned. Oh, I don't know the timestamp on that. I guess I could just clip the whole section. If it runs on Monday, how much will you shove it in the shills' faces? I'm kind of over it at this point. EU just banned travel from Southern Africa. They may as well call this the Echo variant, as it's looking like the early days of the pandemic again. Are there confirmed cases outside of South Africa? I haven't really been following it. Down 6.5K on weeklies. I'm going down with the ship, Captain Jack Sparrow style. I have officially lost all my profits on weeklies. They're gone. Cost basis covered, but that's a net zero, which sucks on a $50 spike. Belgium confirmed 1 person, and Thailand. On this slow day, do you mind explaining to the noob exactly what the MACD indicates? Just look it up on Investopedia, man. You're going to get a better, more succinct answer. It's essentially just a moving average, like a reverse moving average oscillator. At least you didn't buy a 360C Tuesday morning. I bought a 350C Tuesday morning. And a bunch of 510s. What's fucking crazy to me is a lot of you guys spent more on weeklies than I did. Fucking degenerate gamblers. If you lost all your games, does that mean you were greedy too? Oh, I was definitely greedy. I'll make no excuses. I was greedy as fuck. I was up 200% on some calls that I never sold. Greedy or faith in the thesis. Either way, not smart. Not it's hard to handle GME trades. I understand that. Why'd you buy so many out of the money options instead of buying less close to the money options? I bought close to the money options. I bought 200s and 210s last week. I had 220s that slipped a bit. I didn't lose that much on them. My 200s and 210s I sold. That's what covered my cost basis. Can the price run on the 19th, Friday, and 22nd, Monday have been short hedge funds covering? It's not short hedge funds that we're dealing with here. This is market makers, Ghost. Why would they always wait till the last minute? Because capital deployed elsewhere continues to make money as opposed to capital lost that is gone forever. How long have you been into trading, TA? 5 years, 6 years, almost 6 years now. Actually, no, 6 years now. Are my 210s going to print? Unlikely in the next 45 minutes. I went 40% Feb, 60% weeklies, so I'm only 60% degenerate. Take it easy, message for Hawk. And Team and Brownlee, if they want to bring back the 180 memes next week, I'm cool with it. Are you going to stay off Reddit this weekend? The FUD and drama will be pretty intense. No. No, I'm not going to fucking back down because people who don't understand market mechanics are angry. Special shout out to December 17th VXX calls for making up all my DGen losses this week. It's pretty nice. I I want to, so I have Jans. I want to get out of them today, but I think the market could slip further on Monday. Especially if all the settlement from this week was deferred out. I think VIX could continue up a little. I should probably take some profits off this because I've been carrying this for a long time and they're green now. They're not green a lot though. Yeah, I'll be smart. Um, what's the lowest you see the price drop to prior to MOASS? I think below the EMA 180 is unlikely. Unless there's a market crash. Pumpkin pie goes great with coffee. So hypothetically, if I'm diamond handing weeklies, is it better to go to 100% loss, not sell, or sell for the I mean, it's better to sell for the 99.9% loss before the end of the day, right? Like, it's always in that kind of situation, it's generally better to just take your losses. Like, you eat the losses and you move on. Zakir said, hold the GME. Carl says, sell the VXX. Yeah, I see that, Renzer. If you're still around, I just saw your DM over on Discord. Yeah, massive volume spike last year on the following Monday from this week. So it could be that the settlement date was deferred, which is after hours Black Friday 2020. We just straight ripped. Well, let's see if that happens again. Understandable, Tanksimus. Honest question. When we were at 250, you kept saying they thought they still hadn't covered. With them dropping it to 200 since then, does that mean that they did cover prior? Looking for understanding. I still don't think we've seen sufficient volume to account for the gamma exposure. I think there's reasons, possible reasons that we haven't seen that volume. The most likely seems to be deferred settlement due to the holiday. And we'll know by Monday if that's true or not. I hope later you step on a Lego piece and it doesn't hurt your foot, and then you check your Coinbase and you're up on LRC. Thanks, Bob Lewis. But we also ran up the day before and after Thanksgiving. This is also true. We're actually like right on the floor, the long term trend. So remember when we broke out of this, I said we'd broken out above the long term trend. Now we're back right on it. The long term trend runs sort of through this price action. This is going to be a shitty drawing of it, but the long term trend runs right here is one, and then there's a lower one here. So we're right at that bottom trend. And then there's an upper as well, but we tested that and failed. So yeah, we fell back through to that low long-term trend. We still have support at the EMAs. The 60 offering a little bit more than the 30, but I still think our floor is this EMA 180. Get ready for a massive dip. They just cleaned out IBKR. How much was available still? Oh shit. 285,000 shares borrowed. I should probably update Reddit on that. Why are they borrowing so many shares at the end of the day? 200,000 borrowed on Fidelity? If Say Jimmy runs on Monday due to deferred settlement, but the SPY crashes due to COVID, do you think we could still get a run or crash with the market? That's tough to say. Um, we could hold as the market crashes. We could move inverse to the market, having like a big negative beta day again. Can they borrow shares to satisfy some of their hedging, then buy back through the week next week? Problem is there don't appear to be that many shares available to borrow. I mean, even with IBKR and Fidelity maxed out, that's only 4 million shares. Like if all those shares were available, which they haven't been, the highest availability I think we've seen is 3.6 million. How does this week affect how you will scale into position for 1221, 1222? Start scaling in earlier and slower. I think if we test VWAP today, I'm going to scale in now. I'm just going to buy Jans and Febs on any tested VWAP today. I'm considering buying Jans and Febs. If you had a few weeklies expiring today, would you just sell them now and salvage what you can, or wait until one and see what happens? I mean, I've got 7 open weekly contracts. They're all worth $1. So yeah, I'll just see what happens. I guess if you have weeklies that are worth more than that, that's something to consider. Would that indicate a reversal to the upside? Yeah. That would indicate buy pressure strong enough to create a reversal to the upside. And also a break of today's downtrend. $7 is $7. Yeah, I guess. If we rip after hours, can you sell the option contract dated today, or is it closing at 1 across the board? I'm not sure what time CBOE closes. Did you just say a ton of shares were borrowed? If so, what does that mean? It's strange for the midday to see almost 500,000 shares borrowed. Uh, we're not on SSR today anymore. Did they borrow shares to short or cover? They borrowed shares to short. What's your favorite time frame to use on a chart to decide on starting a new position? I'll usually move from the daily down. I'm going to try and slam it into close most likely during the last 15 minutes. It's possible. So dip next week? I don't know. The deferred settlement indicates that we could see a run on Monday. Would the borrowing be normal for regular end of day? No, they don't usually. They usually only borrow in the mornings. It's very rare that we see intraday, like heavy intraday borrowing, and even more rare that we see end of day borrowing. Uh, if they're borrowing now, it indicates a possible run in after hours. If they slam into close, I'm buying 12 threes. No, it doesn't matter for the weeklies if it runs in after close. I could check CBOE's hours today. Thanksgiving early close observed. Yeah, CBOE closes early today. Options. Thanksgiving early close. What's an early close? Effective November 21st, 2021. Oh, there's a change in CBOE hours. Interesting. Core trading session. This holiday schedule. It should just be when the market closes. Can you please explain what you mean by deferred settlement? The settlement for the T date that we expected was pushed out due to the holiday, or at least FINRA's margin settlement for that date was pushed out. You don't learn when you win, you learn when you lose. Yeah. How long do they have to utilize the borrowed shares until they return them? I saw a comment I read a while back saying that a pump and dump and after hours could auto exercise in the money calls and cause massive losses for some call holders. Know anything about that? I mean, just turn off auto exercise, which I should do. And that should only affect you if you have the funds. They're not going to auto exercise your calls if you don't have the funds available. Unless you're on a margin account. In which case you can just sell the shares. But, I mean, that sucks, obviously. Can you say something bullish about GMA? I think it might go up. I haven't said anything not bullish. Why does due date get pushed out when T+2 date is actually before the holiday? I don't know. That's their deferral schedule. If it helps, imagine Kenny watching right now, looking all smug after he sold everything to the devil to see us bummed for a few days. Peak TA, GME go up. Trend looks good. Whoever buys the $1 weeklies from us in the final minutes, why? I mean, no, they probably just expire worthless. No one's necessarily buying them, right? Kenny used our money to buy the Constitution. Can you say something nice about my emerging trading skills? I need a confidence boost after this week. You made a shitty play, but your next one will be better. Do you have theta data for Feb options? I see nothing. Theta data, yeah. I think the IV's not showing up for some reason. I don't see any theta data for out of the money calls. Yeah, not updating. I don't know why. You can check somewhere else. Check bar chart. Just look at a different options chain. Don't use WeBull if it's having an issue with that for some reason. I think you buy Jansen Febs even if we don't hit view up before close. I don't know. I have a lot of open contracts, and I don't know if margin deferment is going to affect if it's truly going to affect the settlement. So, and yeah, I know we have some previous confirmation from last year, but I think I have enough open contracts, especially the 950s that I have open, like that if I'm not going to miss a run if it happens. But yeah, no, I don't. I think if we don't see anything close to VWAP by close, I probably won't buy more. Is BBKC happening? I doubt it. Fair windmill. I mean, I wasn't smart not just taking all my profits at 250. It was risky, right? Buying 510s at market open on Tuesday was definitely degeneracy. Can you explain what settlement deferments are? I've got 950s open, not sure when to roll them out. Oh, I wouldn't. I'm not rolling out my 950s. The settlement deferment means that our T date may not settle until Monday morning at market open. The T date we were expecting to settle at the latest on the 24th may not settle till Monday at market open. That could be wrong. That settlement deferment may not affect us. All of this run is based on the idea that options settlement date was to occur Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, and the deferment indicates that it could occur next week. So lol, one of us. 510s were early, not wrong. Hitting VWAP into the end of today would indicate increase in buy pressure into close. Um, Fairly significant one. We'd have to trade more than 100,000 volume. I mean, I'd want to see like us break through VWAP, not just test, but like push to the upside, ideally. 100 blocks incoming. The price paid was probably worth the learning experience. I mean, at least the options weren't crazy expensive until Tuesday. If with this discovery of FINRA holiday deferment, if you wanted to take advantage of a possible price action and volatility on Monday, would you buy 3 December 3rd at the money plus a Jan 950C? I'd be prepared to move out of them quickly. I have no intention of buying any December 3rds. I mean, if I buy anything on a test of VWAP, it's going to be more 950s. And then for January, and then Feb calls, just more Feb calls, just in case like this is a bottom and a bounce. Elon Musk, 7 months, baby. Thank you so much, Elon. I appreciate it, man. 300 safe today. Yeah, I think so. Correction, 510 crew. Might have been earlier, but we were also your beloved degen group is, I don't want to know. I'm just glad I bought December 3rd calls instead of 11/26 calls, so I have a little bit more time. You do. Still think we end at 202.50 today. Kind of looks that way. I don't see volume picking up. We saw a little spike in volume on that downtrend just now, but I mean, they just borrowed 500,000 shares. I'm sure that they could defeat any price action that's expected today. Or they're locking in the borrow rate today because they need the shorts Monday and they don't want to drive the borrow rate up. I mean, there's a bunch of different reasons that they could have borrowed their shares right now. Maybe a start of a run day is more apparent there. It's not super apparent there. A little more apparent here. Interesting. Nothing there. That's interesting. Macy's is running pretty hard into close. Let's look at Nordstrom's. JNW? No. JNW. No. GWN. There we go. Oh. Nordstrom's running super hard into close. Interesting. Huh. Well, son of a bitch. Us next. Fucking better. Remember with that deferment though, because those options are expired, that they've had this entire time to cover that exposure. Right? So that just all it did is give them extra days to cover. It doesn't mean that their window starts here, right? It means their window still started on the 19th. So if we see price action, it may not be as strong as it could have been if it had occurred within a narrower time frame. Don't forget it's Black Friday. Stocks don't run because it's Black Friday. They can run on the profits at earnings after Black Friday, but yeah, generally, like it's not like the market gets hyped that they're selling shit at a steep discount. Tokov, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yo. Let's get it. We're
They could
not a
hedge
cult,
over
yo.
shares.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
I thought everyone bought stocks on Black Friday. Can we peep them all layered in trading view? Yes. No, I can't. Because I have too much shit on the chart right now. You want to be able to see it. And if RC tweets a pickle, you win the internet. We'll see what happens. We'll see if RC tweets at all. 5 months. Also, is BBKC a thing now? Is it better to roll options down or just buy more options for Feb 18? I mean, you can. Those are kind of separate things. Do you want to average down or do you want to roll down? Also, thank you for 5 months, Board Gamer. Appreciate it, man. My weekly highlight, buying 250C at the bottom of the second massive dip Tuesday, believing I bought the dip, then watching my one weekly mock me the rest of the week. Thank goodness I bought Jan 950s. My Jan 950s that are up are very happy. The ones that are down, not so much. That's fair. My weekly highlight buying Black Friday ridiculous. It's not an explanation to a worldwide market dip. No. But why not? Barely 3 hours into the market. I predict today will be the lowest volume trading day of this week. Dude, the market closes at 1. Of course it will. Actually, it might not be. Didn't we have 1.2 million Wednesday? We could break 1.2 million today. We've still got 13 minutes. Thanks, Lander Lifts. I appreciate it, man. And thank you for being a pigeon whale, dude. It means a lot. FTDs should be through the roof next week. What they borrowed compared to the total volume is way off. I mean, those FTDs won't show up until they have to fail first, and then they don't show up for 35 days, which would be our first FTD spike on our big chart. Which, hold on. I wonder if I can show that to you guys. So our first FTD spike from today would occur day range. So we have 2 days, 2 bars, and then 38 days. That puts an FTD spike out on like December 31st. Just let me make sure I'm right about that. Hold on. This measurement looks weird. Yeah. That puts an FTD spike on December 31st. Oh, I could show you guys that. So it'd be T+2 for borrowed shares. And then the failure date would be here, T+35 calendar days. Which in the last cycle was an up day, right? A little bit. Looks like we're doing the opposite end of close. Maybe they're just trying to keep people from piling into weeklies. I don't know. If they throw this bar that shares at us, we will beat the 1.2 million volume. Yeah. After serious deliberation, I've decided not to exercise my 300 calls. Ryan Cohen posts after market close. Maybe. So what did we learn this week? To dig deeper into deferred settlement. But that'll only matter if something happens Monday, right? December 31st calls. Got it. Thanks, Pick. I didn't say that. Do you think my 250 can go green? No. If you have Febs and we run next week, is it good to take profits and wait for them to fall to buy back in? Potentially. Although I would, yeah, if you're red now, then yes, you could take profits on those and then average them down later. The only thing that concerns me is if we run next week, this is turning around a little bit, but I just want to show you guys this real quick on the daily. Here's what concerns me. If we run next week on Monday, and then the exposure from this week happens by Tuesday, we could see like a lot of upside movement into Wednesday. But we don't know what happens after Wednesday, right? Because Wednesday is that deciding point for the roll or fail part of the cycle. And that's when the price action becomes kind of a coin flip. If we're being honest, the fact that we believe in your DD, I had only one 235C and two 250s. I was up double my cost and waited for the volume. That's only on me, nobody else. I was able to bail and get one Hail Mary for 12.10. Nice, Bob. Evan, the whaleborn friend of Dan, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it, man. Is my AMC okay? I have no idea, dude.
Let's get it.
Take a look at
We're not a
VXX.
cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult,
Ooh,
bro.
nice. Yeah, so
We
this is
some
what I was thinking.
GME
Is that the
lovers,
VIX would
not a
spike
cult.
into close. Spy's
Not a
coming down
cult.
hard. So yeah, that's why I didn't sell all my VIX earlier. So I'm carrying some into Monday. Hey dude, I have a master's in medicine. I wanted to share my opinion of the new COVID strain. While immediate impacts are shaking up the market, I think we'll see it play out in 2 to 3 months. As far as like the spread is concerned, big dip, big rip. We're up 0.1 million volume in the last 6 minutes. So volume's increasing into close. Is your real name Dan Girk? No. I sold all my weeklies on Monday, then doubled down on Tuesday during the downturn. Completely on me. I don't know why people are blaming you for decisions they made. I don't know. There's a group of people on Reddit, and it seems to be like the same 10 fucking people who seem to think that information that presents risk is information that shouldn't be shared. Like people cannot decide for themselves, or that information shouldn't be available to them because they don't know better. Which would mean that they would never be able to learn. So I think that's false. And kind of bleeds into that whole bullying of the rest of super stonk mentality that I see play out all the time, where there's this group of people that think they can control the thoughts and emotions and accounts, financial decisions of complete strangers on the internet by posting hyperbolic shit on Reddit. Bullish Cyber Monday. Who designates B1.1.529 as a variant of concern? WHO. I blame you for everything unless I make money, then cheer you on. I mean, some people made money. Some people didn't. But I said when we went into all this that trying to predict the future movements of the market precisely using historical data is a fool's errand, right? Like we can predict a movement will happen, but we cannot predict the extent to which it will occur. How much do you think this week will cost them to drop it back down $50? We'll see what happens. Are you interested in 950 and not 800? Lots of it have been interested in 800 with not much more price difference, better upward movement on volatility and the underlying thoughts. Yeah, 800s are probably better now than they were when I bought the remainder of my 950s. Especially at this low price point. They're definitely a little bit cheaper now. They were more last week. volatility had already risen on them throughout the week a little bit. Nordstrom dropped 30% pre-market for the 24th. I hope they drop it $50. I'll just keep buying. Yeah. This week wouldn't have been that expensive. They succeeded on not too much volume. Making money was not how this started. Losing it all and having a blast doing so was. I think I found those borrowed IBKR shares. Oh, did you? This massive short into close. Do you believe they have more capital than we think? I think they have just a shitload of capital. Trillions of dollars of marginable money. Like with margin, they have trillions. Volume at 950s is better. So far today, 2.8K for 800s, 35K for 950s. Easier to enter exit. Yeah. The OI on 950s is better. If there's a run on Monday, would we see it immediately or would it play out in the afternoon? We could see it immediately. It could play out in the afternoon. Both are possible. That would depend on if they use dark pools, if there's enough liquidity in dark pools for them to facilitate the orders there. If there isn't, then yeah, they need to dump them on the open market. Looks like we're going to finish 17 under max pain. Yep. We're about to break Wednesday's volume, by the way. If peeps didn't share risky info, DFV doesn't exist. Yeah. Thank you for all you're doing to teach us how to trade. I had fun getting burned, and all that did was strengthen my resolve to get the next play right. Bought Feb 18 280 for 2,400. Kind of bonehead, but I'm in and ready for the comeback. Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate that, man. Called 3CL protease inhibitors. What? Protein inhibitors. Better by April and June's after earnings dip or after the December leaps? If you're looking that far out, probably maybe the earnings dip after the IV, like you experience that little bit of IV crush. Like they won't crush hard on IV that far out, but a little bit, like maybe a few percent. That might be a good opportunity. If IV spikes on Monday, there could be issues buying into those moving forward. But member stream on Sunday always. Yeah, guys, don't forget to tune in this Sunday 12:30 p.m. For the members, for our members only stream. That will be at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or UTC -5. I will post a link in the Discord for you to access the stream in the announcements channel. And there will also be a link on the members page of the YouTube channel. Ding ding, closing out the day 199.72. Should we see if we get a little bit of movement over the next couple minutes? The real reason we didn't run this week is because Platypone didn't make it on the chart. It has to be why. Okay, what is Platypone? Trace Subway Cap. My WeBull shows 253. It'll update. Last trade of the day, 253. I have last trade of the day. 236. And then 199.72 immediately after. So I'm not sure. There was a 20,000 share order at 1300.02 for 199.72. 19,171 shares. And that's probably what, because it probably closed on the snap back to the bid. Oh, if you tagged, I don't even know how to use Twitter, man. If you tagged me on Twitter, I have no fucking clue what's going on there. You can DM it to me in Discord if you want Trey's Subway Cup. Twitter's not my strong point. I don't even know what, like, how to look at tags that I've been tagged in on Twitter. The only thing that I really post on Twitter were like cryptic GIFs for a while. And then some like whatever auto posts there from Reddit or YouTube or whatever. I just exercised my 5'10" in time. Congratulations, Multi-Bliss. All right, guys. A little bit of a turnaround here. Interesting. Have a good weekend, Ecstasy. Thank you guys so much. Happy holidays to all of you. Sorry for the rough week. Not every time will it go perfectly as planned. And I appreciate the support and all the positive sentiment you guys put out. I do. I will do my best to combat whatever over the weekend, and I will see you all bright and early Monday morning. And for the members, I will see you Sunday afternoon. Thank you guys so much, and have a wonderful night. Not an advisor. Frigulon.